I went through a lot.
We've become sort of a family in here, and we help them through that tough time of being 12 up to 19 years old. So
it's a really friendly place. All the teachers really nice. It's like another family that you can have.
I think it's made me a better person because I'm excited to go to school.
Feeling like they're creative is an important skill, I think, these days, in order to, with the changing world and the economy and everything the way it is, to be able to constantly, create a problem solver, reinvent yourself. I think that's what art does, and I think it's one of the wonderful skills that it provides these kids. Within a couple of weeks, they're making these beautiful objects that they take home, and their family and their friends see them and are oohing and eyeing and wondering, like, you made that? How did you even do that? That's amazing. So suddenly there's this pride in what they're doing, and they've overcome this fear of the heat and the kind of the intimidation factor of the glass blowing, and now they're actually creating things. And then as they stay involved with the program, they get to pass those skills on to their friends, show their friends what they know, mentor, and all those things. And so you can turn kids on to going to college. You can turn kids on to education in a way that they never thought was possible before. And I think that's the future that these kids have.
Hello. So for those of you unfamiliar with the glass blowing process, right now we're working on popping a bubble. So we want to get a bubble inside that solid mass of glass at the end of our pipe. And this will eventually become what's known as a suck bowl. So now that we've got a starter bubble inside of our mass of glass, we'll prep for another gather. Please let me know if you have any questions at all. Otherwise, I'll just be talking you through the process. Hi, welcome to the museum. Now what we're doing is we're letting that starter bubble cool down so we have a nice cold core. We need a cold core because when we go inside that furnace that is a sweltering 2100 degrees, that glass doesn't fall off the pipe. So we use that cold core as kind of a strength aspect to the glass. Now she's dripping the glass over in what's known as a strip gather. She's stripping off the extra glass. It is going into a bucket that will later be recycled. Number one time when glass workers become burned is not from the hot glass, it's from a pipe that they think is cold. So it's always best to, right after we take a gather, go to what's known as the pipe cooler, which is essentially a water fountain that is foot pedal operated that cools down that pipe. It's also a really awesome thing to do when you're working as a team, because even though you know the pipe is hot, your teammate might not. Now we're using a wooden block to help shape that bubble. Will you play the block slide, please? So this tool is one of the foundational tools of glass making. It lives in a bucket of water right behind the gaffer station. And what happens is when the glass becomes exposed to that wooden block, all of the water evaporates, creating a layer of steam between that molten glass and that wooden tool to avoid getting any scuzz. Now, while the glass is on the floor and we're making glass objects, it has to stay above a certain temperature and below a certain temperature. So we need to make sure that the glass is at least 1,000 degrees. So when that glass is exposed to the cool air in the room, it's constantly cooling down. So we have to go inside our reheating furnace to get it back to the temperature in which we can sculpt and manipulate it. Do we have... Oh. quickly ask, and then I realized I'm like, so for those of you not super familiar with Tacoma and the Hilltop Artists program, these three gals at center stage here are part of that Hilltop program in Tacoma's Hilltop neighborhood. So you can see on the bench there are a few tools here. Right now, we are waxing up our jacks. The wax is a beeswax that is a lubricant while we're using the tool, the jacks. This is in preparation to do something called putting in a jack line. Hello and welcome to the museum. For those of you unfamiliar with the Museum of Glass and our relationship to Hilltop, today we have 3 Hilltop artists being featured and giving a demo. So something to pay really close attention to is the fact that we always have to be turning the pipe. That is one of the foundational points of glass blowing. Always be turning, because if you stop turning, it actually slumps down on either one side. So it's really important to have a straight pipe and make sure that that glass is evenly on there. You can see that that same concept is used as she's anchoring that pipe upward to allow it to stretch down. We're using gravity as our friend along with that heat. Now this is that jack line I was referring to before. This is really important to have a nice secure jack line so that when we go to work the back side of that bubble, we have access to it. Does anyone have any questions for me? Now what we're doing is we're using a very sophisticated tool. It is a wet newspaper that's folded in such a way that we're able to have multiple layers. The corners of that newspaper are typically cut so that we allow steam to be released because that newspaper does live in water. So now we're going to heat the end of that bowl. We're going to get that end hot, the end that's like farthest away, so that we're able to suck that in to create 2 layers, and that's what makes the suck bowl. It's the actual sucking of that outside end bit. Hey, Chris, do we have a frit slide? So on this table here, we kind of missed that part, but that glass is colored, and it's colored using something called frit. Glass color comes in 3 forms: color bar, frit, and powder. Frit is bar that's been broken down. Powder is frit that's been broken down. Thanks, Chris. So now we're using that paddle on the end of that glass to make sure that our bowl end is nice and even. And we're sucking in that part that we just heated up. So you can see that concave on the outside. So for those of you who haven't been here before, we've got a few really awesome exhibitions that are at their last couple of weeks. We have What Are You Looking At? That explores the relationship between Pilchuck Glass School and the Tacoma Museum of Glass, curated by the former artistic director Ben Wright and our hot shop director Ben Cobb. We also have Robert Minkoff's Boundless Curiosity exhibition. And classically, we have Out of the Vault. All right, so now what we're doing is we're getting ready to break that bowl off. So we're introducing a cold tool onto that hot glass, starting to get that glass pretty upset. Now we're gonna add water, make the glass even more upset so that it breaks right at that jack line. So what we're doing now is called flashing down the piece. This is a way that we bring the piece to about 1,000 degrees slowly and evenly. Meanwhile, we are putting heat into that jack line. Now we're introducing our water, making that thermal shock, and we're gonna be breaking off this suck bowl into this annealer. The annealing process is really critical to having safe, happy glass. Over a period of 9 hours, it will slowly come down from about 900 degrees. Can we give her a round of applause? Awesome. Thank you. So about tomorrow afternoonish, that piece of glass will have gone through the annealing process and we'll be able to touch it at room temperature. So everything that they're making today will all go into that same annealer and it'll all be brought down to room temperature all together. So what we're doing now is we're heating up that punty. It is a punty because it does not have a hole in it at the end. There are two primary tools as far as those rods that we're using. One is the punty, it's solid, and one is the pipe. So now we're taking a gather out of that furnace. Although it looks bright orange, it is clear glass. On the floor, we have 2 furnaces. Each have a capacity of about 1,000 pounds. In the center here, we have this large steel table. This is called a marver. We're marvering the end of that glass so that we're able to cool the glass so it doesn't shock our color bar that will then be going into the garage and grabbing. Can you play the overlay slide, please? So this is what we're aiming to do here. We need to pick up that color first. Meanwhile, someone else will make that clear bubble and we'll be doing an overlay. So we need to grab that solid bar of color and shape it up into a nice peaked cone so that we're able to drape it over that clear bubble so that we don't have any additional bubbles. So now we have that bubble on that punty, and we're preheating our pipe to start our clear internal bubble structure. Can we do a better angle of that color bar? Thank you. Right, so we want to keep that color bar, it's all floppy. It seems like it's a really soft color, which is something that all glass makers have to consider. Some glass colors are stiff. You have a lot of stiff whites, and then you have really malleable, fluffy colors. Purple is a really soft color. So when you have a combination of, let's say, white, which is really stiff, and purple, which is really soft, now you've got way more things to consider. So she's going ahead and she's shaping up that color bar. She'll eventually be putting it into a nice peak. Meanwhile, we just took our gather for our clear bubble. Can we show the furnace slide, please? So for those of you unfamiliar with what our furnace looks like, we've got our crucible that holds our 1,000 pounds of glass. We've got our recuperation system. Our flue takes all the bad air out. We've got a mixture of our natural gas and forced air. These furnaces run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because we make a lot of glass here. If we were to shut the furnace off, it would take a week for it to come down to temperature anyway, so what's the point, right? Thanks, Chris. For those of you wondering what we're making now, we're going to be making a blown glass heart. It's kind of hard to see, but you can kind of see on the screen here that heart. We don't know if we'll have time to put the wings on, but that's the general vibe. Can we have camera on center, please? Now, once again, we're using that wooden block to help shape that glass. This simultaneously cools it down from that furnace heat, which is the hottest the glass will be, and helps us to shape it, keep it nice and even on that pipe. Now, this is a process called popping the bubble. So what she did was she forced air inside that pipe, and as that air becomes exposed to that glass, it expands and it creates a bubble inside our glass. Now we want to cool those sides and make it nice and pointed, right? We take a pointed bubble and a pointed overlay, drape it on, and that's how we avoid getting bubbles that we don't want in the glass. So once again, we want to let this clear bubble kind of cool. We want that nice cold core so that when we bring that molten color over, we've got a structure to hold on to. So we're cooling our core. Meanwhile, we're getting our color drop really nice and toasty. Hey, Chris, can we zoom out a little bit? Thank you. Right, so now we've got that clear bubble, nice and cool. We press the tip of the color drop on the tip of that clear bubble, and now we're able to drape it over. We're using a tool called the diamond shear in order to hold on to that hot pipe. It's named as such because of the diamond shape in the center of those shears. Now what we'll do is we'll get that color drop really nice and toasty, and we'll use our marver to evenly distribute that color along our clear bubble. The reason why we do this as glass makers is to help conserve some of that color. You don't really want to just pick up a bunch of color, you want to do an overlay. For those of you who have never been to the museum, you also are able to walk along here, check out the blueprints of our infamous cone, and also it gives you a different perspective of the glass making and process. Now you can see that that glass looks orange, but it actually shifts in color as it cools down and is exposed to the cooler air in the room and that cold tool, so it's getting closer to that reddish pinkish color that it'll ultimately be. Now we're going to continue this process of using the marver to help shape and evenly distribute that color on there because we don't want any seams. We're prepping to gather more glass from our furnace. So we want to make sure that there's no pockets where air can get trapped during the gathering process because that will be visible in the end product. So now that we've let our core cool down, we'll be taking another dip. So when you go into the furnace, it's kind of a stabbing motion because you want the glass to strip around, and then you'll spin, and what you're looking for is a nice even collar around that pipe. The pipe is at its hottest right out of that furnace. Remember, that furnace is a piping 2100 degrees. So now we'll go ahead and cool it. Hello, and welcome to the museum. So now we're letting that glass cool and also shaping it up using our wooden block. So now that we've gathered all the glass that we'll be using for our blown heart piece, we're able to start inflating that glass. So this is about as the second hottest the glass will be. It's its most hottest when it comes out of the furnace. It's its second hottest when we put in that jack line. Now, always towards the end of the pipe, the glass is at its thickest point. So we've really got to use our strength and that heat to make the glass malleable to put in that jack line. You can see how she's angling that jacks. That's so the glass doesn't touch back on itself, and it gives you more room to really put in that jack line. Hello and welcome to the museum. Today we have Hilltop artists doing a demo for School of the Arts. Right now we're working on a blown heart sculpture piece. Now what we're doing is we're using that paddle to help shield the heat. Allowing gravity to do its thing, and we're holding that pipe at an upward angle so that glass elongates off that pipe. So now that the glass is blown out, it actually becomes cooler quicker because we don't have that big mass. So you can see it on the screen semi-rapidly coming down into temperature and that color change. That color change helps us to indicate the temperature of that glass. We want to make sure that the glass is always above 1,000 degrees. If it becomes under 1,000 degrees, it can crack. If you get it too hot, it becomes out of control and could potentially fall off the pipe. Now we'll be using a set of corks to shape the glass off the edge of the bench. So what's happening here is we're corking, we're making that piece flat on two sides. Meanwhile, we've got one person turning, flipping constantly back and forth, because remember, if we stop turning, we slump. So now we're combating that slumping by flipping back and forth. You've got a third person capping the end of that pipe. That helps us to make sure that we're just moving the glass and not deflating our bubble. So we're about to open one of the doors on the glory hole. You can see that there's multiple doors on this contraption here, and that allows us, as the glass gets bigger, we're able to open up the doors more and more. Here at the museum, we make a wide variety of glass. We have something called our Visiting Artist Program, which I encourage any artists to apply to. It's a very stiff competition, but if you get it, it is awesome. I had one in 2018, and it was my first relationship with the museum. So now we're armed and ready with our taglio to put in that crease of the heart. A lot of these tools have funny names because they're derivative of Italy. Murano is kind of the birthplace of modern glass as we know it. So that is an Italian word, taglio. Does anyone have any questions for me? Now, glass is pretty standard in the fact that it will always take the path of least resistance. So the parts that are the hottest will be blown out the most. So what we're doing is we're strategically using a torch to put more fire in certain areas that we want to expand or contract at a higher rate than the rest of the glass. You can see that on the back side of the pipe, when we come out of our reheating furnace, that it's closer to that reddish color. Meanwhile, the front end is closer to that orange. We want that to be hotter, so we're putting it in for longer, and we're using our torch to basically tell the glass, I want you to move the most here. So when we go inside that reheating furnace, it's always going to be hottest the farthest in. So now we need to make sure our moil doesn't get too cold. Remember, all the glass that we're manipulating has to be above 1,000 degrees. When it becomes below that, it'll crack and break. So the part that's farthest from the heat source inside our reheating furnace sometimes needs a little love. So we'll use that torch in order to make sure that our moil is nice and warm. The moil terminology refers to the glass that's on the end of the pipe. Go ahead and play that frit slide again for me. So on our marver, we've got steel bowls that are filled with concentrated glass color. We're doing a double dip, so what she's doing is she's getting that glass really nice and warm, and she's rolling that molten glass inside our bowl of frit, and that melts it slightly to the surface, and then we'll go back into the reheating furnace and really make sure that that color is really nice and melted in. Thanks, Chris. Hello and welcome to the Museum of Glass. So now what we're doing is we're coordinating our frit gathered color. We're gonna bring it over, nice and pointed. She'll place it down, drag it up, and then use her diamond shears, or those are just the regular shears, to snip off. And these will form the wings of the piece. So now we use that torch to get rid of any tool marks from the cutting process. Sometimes it leaves a little bit of schmutz, some broken glass, because that tool is really cold. So when you cut it, that end is really exposed to a lot of coldness. So now we'll reshape that same bit on our corner to bring over the next wing. So we've got a couple of questions happening over here. One of the questions is, can I record what's happening on the hot shop floor? Yes, please do. Museum of Glass has an Instagram handle. It's simply Museum of Glass. Feel free to post. Please tag us if you do. Another question was, how do we mold the glass? Remember, we've got our block. You can make wooden molds. We also have optical molds. There's various ways. Another question was, do we do production items here? And the production items that we do at the museum are sold for sale in our store. They're all handmade. We don't have like a big machine to make thousands of things. We've got a team of 3 to 4 people. So for those of you unfamiliar with the museum's relationship with education around Tacoma area, we have something called the Science of Art, which is one of the programs we have right here. We also have the Hilltop Artists Relationships, and we also have a relationship with Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington. One of our curated exhibitions right now is called What Are You Looking At? And it explores the relationship between Pilchuck, started by Dale Chihuly in 1972. For those of you who don't know, Dale Chihuly is actually from Tacoma. So the Hilltop Artist was co-founded with Dale as well. So there's all of this wealth of knowledge and glass making here in Washington. The Museum of Glass has a visiting artist residency. So does Pilchuck Glass School. So that exhibition is kind of about artists using residencies. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to break that glass piece off into that annealer. Can we give her a round of applause, please? For coming to the museum. Next up, we will have our hot shop team making some glass work for our store. They will be starting very soon. So if you want to see more glass, we will be blowing glass besides a 1-hour intermission for lunch up until museum close. So unfortunately, we are not allowed to give glass makers numbers out. So I'll put the kibosh on that right away. Another question was about how to make window glass, and that's a technique called floating glass. That's how that's made. Hey, Chris, can we go ahead and play a glory hole slide if we have it? So we're talking about heat transference, right? So this is our reheating furnace. So once we get glass from inside of our furnace where we gather it up, we reheat it in this. So the heat is transferring from this tool into the glass. There are bricks lining the inside called refractory. And then we're using natural gas and compressed air to get that glory hole up to about 2,300 degrees. Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide too, please? So this is our furnace. This is like the sciencey aspect of glass blowing. So Ben right now is getting ready to take a gather, and he'll be gathering from one of these two furnaces that we have on the hot shop floor. They're kept at 2,100 degrees and hold about 1,000 pounds of glass each. Thanks, Chris. The question is, how do we turn the furnace down? There are a bunch of switches, but remember, we never actually turn the furnace off until we have to do a major repair, because the furnace is so hot and so well insulated, it takes 5-6 days for it to get cold. But we blow glass nearly every day here. So we can't have students on the hot shop floor. I'll put the kibosh on that as well. But the question was about the chalk drawing on the floor, and it's not the inspiration, but it's a way that the team is able to communicate with one another, because it's never say never, it's usually a team of people working together to accomplish a similar goal. So that means communication is going to be key. So we draw it on the floor so that everyone has an idea of what we'll be making. So Gabe, we have a fellow 49ers fan over here. The question is, how much glass does the museum make in a year? It's 15,000 pounds? No, there is not hot water in here. This is actually more of that refractory. The annealer is kept at 900 degrees. That's what this tool is called. It's also known as a kiln. So it's kept at 900 degrees so that the glass can slowly come to room temperature over a period of 9 hours. So the first question, hold on, 2 questions at a time. The first question is, what happens when we put the molten glass inside of a bucket of water and basically it shatters? It is a technique that people use to create sculptures. Did you say? The museum is open. Wednesday through Sunday. So that's our time. Right, and it's every single week. Because they went to go look at the exhibitions. Question is, if we put a small piece of ice in where? In our glory hole, how long would it take to melt? It would melt instantly. Because remember that glory hole is kept at a 2,300 degrees. You would not melt. See, that's the thing about being a carbon-based person, is that you would actually probably explode. But that's it for injury-related questions. The question is, who invented glass making? And glass making was made in Mesopotamia about 14,000 years ago. But I'm going to go ahead, curve the questions, and I'm going to talk about what's happening over here. So right now we have what's known as a color drop happening. Sayuri has one layer of color, and Gabe just brought over a secondary layer. Can we show the overlay slide, please? So this is what we're going after here. So you can see that there's a layer of color. In this example, the inside color is clear, but for us, we're doing a double overlay. Hello, welcome. Thanks, Chris. And now Sayuri is heating up that overlay that's on the surface of that inside color so that we can comb it down the sides. We do this so that we don't trap any unnecessary bubbles inside of our color, because that will be visible in our final piece. So this room, the question is, how hot does this room get? There's actually a thermostat over yonder, so it's really nice and cool in the audience area, but over by our equipment is closer to like 75. As we make larger and larger glass, it does get warmer and warmer, so that temperature does fluctuate. The other question was, I forgot. Can we go ahead and play the frit slide? So this is frit. There's an example of the frit in different sizes there, and that little gobble guy is an example of what that looks like in a sculpture. So color comes in three forms. First form is color bar, which is highly concentrated color. This is what we're using over on the hot shop over there. And then the color bar gets chopped down and becomes frit. The frit then gets chopped down to become powder. So depending on what you want to use the color for, those are our methods of doing that. Thanks, Chris. The question is, how does glass get its color? And it's a whole bunch of chemicals I know nothing about. So the question is, why do we wipe down the marver before we use it? And there are all sorts of particles that land on our marver, and we want to make sure we're not picking up any of that. I like to call it free color, but some people don't like that. So we wipe off the marver so that we don't entrap any of that schmutz inside of our molten glass. So you can see Sayuri just took another gather out of our furnace. She's using a wooden block to help shape that glass, and it also helps her to cool that glass because the glass is at its hottest point when it comes out of that furnace. So some of you were asking about how to mold the glass. She's molding it right now. So the first question is, do we make light bulbs here? And that is an awesome segue into our new exhibition that's opening, has its grand opening February 11th. Can we go ahead and play the She Bends slide, please? So this is glass. This is furnace glass. This is the closest we come to making light bulbs here at the museum. So this is neon, traditionally used for wayfinding and signage. She Bends will be an exhibition of female identifying artists in our main gallery space. Thanks, Chris. The question is, why did Gabe just spray water inside that furnace? And what that does is it agitates that glass that's inside there, bringing all of the bubbles to the surface and then popping them. Some people use organic substances like potatoes. So right now we're letting that glass cool. We want a nice cool core because we'll be gathering another layer of molten glass on top of this. So we've got 3 layers so far, and we're working on our 4th. You can see he goes inside that furnace and he rapidly spins. The speed, the depth, and the size of your core determine how much glass is gathered. Now he's doing a stripping into that strip bucket. That glass will be recycled back into our furnace later. And now we're going to go ahead and block the piece to get some of that furnace heat out. Now he gathered up a bubble. So he's picking out that bubble, bringing it to that surface, and then cutting it out. So you asked why he sprayed water in there, so we didn't get bubbles. He ended up getting a bubble anyway. Oh, it's a stone. Sorry, it wasn't a bubble. So a stone refers to some of the refractory from our furnace. Can we play that furnace slide, please? So remember, this is what our furnace looks like. Gabe picked up a stone. So a stone is part of that ceramic bucket that holds the glass. It slowly breaks down as it's exposed to such a caustic chemical, which is molten glass. Thanks, Chris. So now Sayuri is cooling down the pipe. The pipe is always its hottest right when it comes out of that furnace. So you can see the steam coming off there. That's how hot that pipe is. Excuse me? So the stone we picked out, the stone was like a booger in the glass. We don't want any boogers in our glass. So we picked that out, and now this is just molten glass. The question is, how much does a furnace cost? This is known as a DT1000. I have no idea what the D and the T stand for, although I probably should. They're about $60,000. So the question is, how do we pull ponies? So we've got some ponies up on the top of the garage over yonder. And this is a Venetian technique, pulling a pony. It's kind of a warm-up exercise for glassmakers. One of the glassmakers here at the museum is not here today. His name is Nick Davis, and he loves pulling ponies, so that's just his collection. And then the other question was, do you have tools to do that? And you only have a pair of tweezers. The first question is, how much was the whole cost of the entire hot shop setup? And I don't know. Very, very expensive. The second question was, how long has everyone been working here? Ben, who's sitting on the side here, he's been working here for 21 years. Gabe has been working here for 20 years. And Sayuri is filling in for Nick, so she's worked part-time for at least 6 years or so. She was originally a hot shop intern, which is another program that the museum uses to help educate people on glass and its techniques. So you guys, here's more heat transference. Right, so that glass is super hot as he's putting in that jack line, and what she's doing is she's using that paddle to help shield him from that heat. No, remember we're making that chalk drawing. Correct. Amphora. Bye. Thanks for coming to the museum. So the newspaper is actually one of our most technical tools. It's simply a black and white newspaper that you cut the corners out of to allow steam to escape. It then lives in water, so it creates steam, and it's the closest the glass maker can come to touching it without burning themselves while it's molten. So right now what's happening is we're putting a bottom on this piece. We're going to put a bottom on this piece so then we can punty it up, which is what Ben's making a punty right now. And that gives us access to shaping and molding the part of the glass that's now attached to that pipe. So you guys are going to want to pay attention to this right here. This is a very exciting moment. We just cracked that glass off. Now it's attached to the punty, and we're able to work the glass from the opposite side. For those of you just getting here, welcome. Now Gabe is using the tweezers on the inside of that glass piece in order to make sure it's nice and on center. You can see the thickness really on the end of that glass. So the next thing will be to get rid of some of that thickness and make that glass more evenly distributed. All right, and this piece is pretty much done. You saw that he tweezed it out. He opened up that end. And I think they'll probably start flashing the piece down. Did you guys have any questions for me? Yeah.
How did they touch the glass with the rag? Is it wet or something?
Yes.
How did it break?
He cut it off. It hasn't broke yet. But it will eventually break because when glass is exposed to the temperature of the air without going through the proper annealing cycle, it does have a lot of faults and it will break. So the question is, how are the glass makers not being burnt? by being so close. You can see that she's got a fair amount of space in between there. And if anyone's going to get burnt, it's going to be Gabe. Gabe is the human sitting at the bench. Part human, anyway. So that torch is known as the fluffy torch. So what we use that for is to put heat in the areas in the glass that we want to move, right? So he wants to blow up that shoulder, so he's going to heat up that space because the glass will always go to the point of least resistance, which tends to be the hottest point. Yes, Gabe is sitting with the hat. Now you can see that Sayuri is suited up. She's got all of her protective wear on so that she can put this piece of glass that's now finished inside the annealer. So now we're using drops of water on the tweezers to really create some tension in the glass, so it'll immediately break right where that tension is. And now we're using the hot torch to fire polish where that glass broke off. Now Sayuri's wearing those intense gloves. That's how she's keeping from getting burnt. And they'll go inside that annealer right over there. And these will eventually be sold in our gallery, right in the front foyer. So all of the glass that's being made today will all go inside here, and over a period of 9 hours, it'll slowly come to room temperature. This is the annealing process. This makes sure that the glass is happy and doesn't want to shatter, because when the glass goes through going from 2100 degrees down to room temperature, it's really shocking. So we need to slowly do that over time so that we don't have thermal shock happening. The question is, how much would something like that go for in our shop? I honestly do not know. We do have a range. We try to keep things reasonably priced, but in the store you've got as small as an ornament or a paperweight or a bowl to large sculptures. So there's a wide range of things. The question is an annealer like an oven? Yes. They go by annealers, kilns, or ovens. Simultaneously, they all mean the same thing. This question, I am going to go get some water. The question is, how does the glass get color? And that's a fairly complex yet simple answer. So right now we're using what's known as color bar, which is color concentrate that's in a bar form. So you can see Ben is marvering it right over there. So Sayuri has the first color that'll eventually be into a bubble, into our starter bubble. And Ben has the top color that is the overlay. That was incorrect. So Sayuri's got clear glass. Can we play the overlay slide, please? So this is the situation we've got going on, and this is what we're working on. So Sayuri's got that clear bubble. You can see it. And then Ben has the first color that'll go on, which is indicated in the colored glass. And then we'll actually have an additional color on top of that one as well. So Gabe's getting ready to pick up that next color. He'll go ahead and he'll use some of this clear glass out of our furnace as almost like super glue or hot glue. And he'll use that to pick up the next color. You can see Sayuri just put the first color on top of that clear bubble. So as that color is exposed to those cold tools and the temperature of the room air, it does become closer to its truest color. The inside is kind of a white, and the outside is kind of a reddish. And I am going to be right back. So the question is, how does the marver really function? And so that marver, that piece of steel that's on the top of that, is super thick. It's like 3/4 to 1 inch thick. So it doesn't actually contain that much heat, even when it's exposed to that super hot glass. Technically, it's called a heat sink. So as she's shaping that bubble, it's simultaneously pushing that colored glass evenly across that internal clear bubble, and then she's cooling it and shaping it at the same time. She just trapped a bubble of air inside the pipe. It's called popping the bubble. So as that air inside that pipe is exposed to that hot glass, it expands, and that's what creates that interior bubble. She always wants to make sure that before the glass is gathered and given even more mass, that you make sure that you put a bubble in there so that the pipe doesn't clog with all of your solid wad of glass. So now Sayuri is taking another dip inside of our furnace. Remember, it'll come out super bright and orange, but as it's exposed to the cool air, it will become clear. Both of our furnaces have 1,000 pounds of clear glass. The question is, did Gabe make the glass he's drinking out of right now? Yes. They've all been doing this for a very long time, and it just takes a super long time. 26 years. They are not broken and messed up. These are marbles, and this is color bar. So this is, these are called stuff cups. So you'll actually put glass inside here or glass on the outside. So this is a mediary process. So this is the middle. This is not the beginning, it's not the end, it is the middle. Unfortunately, I can't give you anything from the museum.
Well, I know that. I'm saying it's cool.
It is cool. I like that color. It's nice. Unfortunately, I can't give you anything with a rough edge, just because I would get fired. It's got a rough edge here. These are just some marbles. Inside the store, they have a marble game thing. I can give you this. It's not rough. To hold, I can't let you leave with it. But it's just your standard little marble.
Wait, did you guys make that one with the stick at the end?
Yes.
I like that.
Yeah, this is flame worked.
Yeah, this marble kind of has like a dent. But it's perfect, but it has a little dent. Now, are we really about to pass around the marble?
It's up to you. As long as you don't leave with it, and I will check pockets. How hot is the furnace? Can we play the furnace slide, please? So our furnace runs at 2100 degrees. You can see there's a nice molten pot. Our reheating furnaces, also known as glory holes, are the two other apparatus in the hot shop. Those run at 2300 degrees. Thanks, Chris. And so when Gabe just took yet another gather, it was called a strip gather because he stripped that top layer of glass off. When the pipe comes out of the furnace, it is its hottest point, so he made sure to cool that down. And now he's shaping that glass that has what's known as the furnace heat using our wooden block. Thanks for coming to the museum. So for those of you who didn't see the last piece that we made, we're making an amphora. I'm sorry, I'm murdering that name. I should write it down. Amphora, which will be sold later on in the store. This is a chalk drawing as a reference. Unfortunately, I can't say how much it'll be sold for because I don't know. You'd have to talk to the guy who makes that decisions. Gabe said about half of what it's worth. So Gabe is now putting in a jack line. This allows us to have a clean breakaway point when we're ready to punty up this piece and work it from the opposite side. We want to make sure we put the jack line in relatively quickly within the piece because it's such a tumultuous experience for the glass. The glass is always thickest, closest to the pipe, so we're really having to use a lot of force. Hi, and welcome to the museum. Here we have our Hot Shop team making items that will be sold in our Hot Shop store. It's a historical glass shape called an amphora. You can see there's a chalk reference on the floor in the center of the Hot Shop. So right now, Gabe is using a newspaper that's been sitting in water to help shape the soft curves of the amphora, excuse me. And you can see Sayuri is using that paddle to block some of that heat. Your vibe is that heat transference. So now we're blocking some of that heat because the heat does rise up off that glass. So we have to protect our teammates. Now Gabe is heating the end of that piece because we'll then be putting a bottom in it. And that's basically where we put the spot where it sits on the table. So we want to make sure that that's really nice and hot. So Sayuri is using the paddle, and she's holding it parallel to the rail of the bench, so we make sure that there's a nice crisp bottom. That paddle she's slightly putting pressure on there, and that's causing the glass to kind of have that nice bottom. And what the jacks are doing is the jacks are making sure that the edge is crispy. So by simultaneously using a tool on the side of that glass as well as the bottom, we make that nice crisp edge. Hi. Did you have a question? No, you're just saying hi? Now Ben just took a gather. He will be making our punty. The punty is what we use in order to work the glass from the opposite side. We need to have access to the glass that's now attached to that pipe. So we'll punny up from the bottom, and then we'll be able to open up that neck. Well, I was just thinking, man, if you had two, it could be like eyeballs or something. Yeah. So now what Gabe is doing is he's taking a piece of broken glass and he's marking the center so that we can make sure that we put that punty right on center. He uses his tweezers to grab the pipe that Ben has, and then he puts it on there, making sure it's really nice and straight. Now that that punny has had a little bit of time to stiffen up, he puts water right on that initial jack line, and it breaks right there. The reason that that's happening is because that glass is super hot, and when it's exposed to something like water, in that hot state, it shatters. We told that glass where to shatter when we put that jack line in, so it's all kind of scientific vibes. Now he's using his tweezers to make sure that that glass piece is really nice on center. If we were to let that glass be off center, it would constantly be moving around like a wet spaghetti, and we don't want that. It's really hard to make nice glass. So right now we have a large mass of glass on the end. So what he's doing is he's tweezing out that end so we get a nice even consistency. And then he'll use his shears cutting around the glass. And now the glass is all that same thickness. It's about 1/8 of an inch. So you can see Sayuri's got this funny tool in her hand. I guess we're not using that quite yet, but we'll be using that Sophietta in order to puff up the sides, the shoulders of this amphora. There it goes. There's our Sophietta. So you see that it's still orange. That's the hottest part of the glass. So the glass will always go the point of least resistance. So when we add pressure by blowing into it, it'll expand there first. So we're finalizing the flashing down of the piece. This is the slow but sure way to get that piece to a nice consistent about 1,000 degrees. You can see we were using that fluffy torch, and that's to introduce heat into that punty, because we'll be breaking it off right there. So now that we've had a bunch of heat, we're gonna add our coldness. It's gonna shatter and break right at that punty. Sayuri's wearing warmed gloves, so we're able to make sure that she doesn't break the glass. And we fire polish that punty, And it'll go inside the annealer, where it'll live for the next day-ish as it slowly comes down to room temperature. Can we go ahead and give them a round of applause, please? They make it look easy, but it's not. Does anyone have any questions about what you just saw happen? Cool. The question is as old as the glass blowers on the floor, if not older. Yes, it is quite possible to get burned while blowing glass. It's inherent in the nature of working with molten materials. However, it doesn't really happen anymore because the hot shop team has been working together for a very long time. So it's all good. So short answer is yes, you do get burned. Long answer is, but not here. Can we play the color overlay slide, please? So what's happening over there is something called a color overlay. So Sayuri had the clear bubble, Ben had the colored glass, and it was draped over that clear bubble. Gabe is making another overlay, so it's a double overlay amphora that we're making today. It's the same shape that we just completed. We're doing semi-production style for the store. Hello and welcome to the museum. Today on the hot shop floor, we have our Museum of Glass team making some wares for our store. We're working on an amphora right now. It's 2 color overlays. There's a chalk drawing for a reference on the hot shop floor over yonder. Right now, Gabe is shaping up that color bar so that on the end of his stick is a solid chunk of concentrated glass color. Meanwhile, Sayuri is shaping up the first gather of color on her side. So now over here, Sayuri is about to take the second drop of color. So she's armed with her diamond shears, and she's got the mouthpiece of the pipe sitting on her shoe. Super molten hot. She touches it peak to peak, and then she'll use her diamond shears to snip it. We want to make sure that we're only getting color, so she'll snip it before we get to that clear glass. Now she's using the straps of the jacks to begin the process of combing that color concentrate over the entire bubble. You guys have any questions? Here at the Museum of Glass, we have something called the Visiting Artist Residency Program. I highly encourage anyone who's an artist to apply. You do not need to be a crazy glassmaker in order to apply. We welcome artists of all mediums. During those residencies, it's often people that don't work in glass trying something new, and that's where it gets really complex. So I have no doubt that it was during a visiting artist residency that the most complex thing has been made. We also have hot shop rental available. Upon request, you can come and rent the hot shop and make something big and crazy. So that's another opportunity to make something you've never made before as well. But today we're keeping it chill because we're just making amphoras for the store. Now you can see that when Sayuri comes out of that reheating furnace, it's super bright and orange. And as it cools down, it's cooling down so rapidly you can see it before your very eyes on our screen or in real life. Coming down closer to that grayish color. And for those of you who have never been to the museum, you're also able to walk around 360, check out our blueprints of our infamous cone back here, and you can gain a different perspective of watching glass being made. So right now what Sayuri is doing is she's shaping that bubble. Now she just popped a bubble. So she put air pressure inside that pipe, and as that air is exposed to the glass at the end, it causes that air to expand and creates the starter bubble inside the piece. We always want to make sure that before we gather even more glass, that we have a bubble secured if we're doing blown work. Otherwise, we can clog and jam up our pipe. So now she's going to let it chill out. We're going to take another gather here, and we don't want that glass to be too intense or too crazy with heat. So we'll let our core cool and take another gather inside that furnace. So although that glass looks yellowish orangish, it is clear. We have 2 furnaces on the hot shop floor. Both hold about 1,000 pounds of glass and run at about 2,100 degrees. So that gather of glass is about 2,100, and as it's exposed to the air in our hot shop, it cools down. It's also rapidly cooling down because of the exposure to the wooden block that she's using to shape the glass. So now Sayuri is cooling down the pipe. When that, right after a fresh gather, the pipe is at its warmest, there's a lot of concern about when glass makers burn themselves. They don't typically burn themselves on the glass because it's fairly obvious that, oh man, that's hot. You burn yourself on the pipe or one of the tools on the bench. Gabe is taking yet another gather of glass so that we make sure that we have a consistent thickness and size for the amphoras we were making before. When he comes out, he'll hold it up. And this is called a strip gather. So that extra glass that he doesn't really need is being stripped into a bucket. That glass will eventually be recycled back into our furnace and remelted. So you guys see that steam coming off there? That's that. So did you guys notice he never stopped turning? Because if he stopped turning, it would slump over, right? Because it is molten, it's viscous. Awesome. So what we're doing here is we're prepping to make that neck. For those of you just coming in, we're making an amphora. It'll later be sold in the store. It's a classic vase shape. So now he's elongating that neck so we make sure that there's ample meat to make our little lip at the top of the vase. And we'll simultaneously be putting in the jack line. The jack line refers to where we will eventually break the glass from the pipe and onto the punty in order to shape the glass from the opposite side. Hello and welcome to the museum. So now Gabe is using a wet newspaper in order to shape the waist of our amphora. The newspaper is one of the fundamental ways of shaping the glass, and it's the closest a glassmaker will come while the glass is molten to actually physically touching the glass. Our next step is going to be putting a bottom in our amphora, which is basically a flat spot for it to sit. So we'll be heating the very end of that pipe. So what Sayuri is doing is she's adding beeswax to the jacks. This allows it to slide without leaving too many tool marks on the molten glass. Next step is to put that bottom in, so we'll simultaneously have the jacks positioned to create a taper. Meanwhile, the paddle will be putting that flatness on there. You can tell that the hottest part is where we're putting that foot in, or sorry, the bottom, because it's that bright orange color. So by pushing down with the jacks, pushing in with the paddle, we make a nice crisp edge. If at any point you have any questions, feel free to let me know. I'm here as your guide for your hot shop experience. So an interesting fact about making glass that has that bottom, it's not actually flat. It's a concave form at the very bottom. So the glass only rests on that edge. It helps it from going. Ben is now making what's known as the punty. It's the way that glass makers are able to shape the glass on the opposite side, the glass that's now attached to the pipe. So Gabe grabbed that punty and attached it to the glass on center. It's really important that we remain on center because we're constantly spinning. So now we're letting that punty cool down, give us some structure so that when we break it off of the pipe side, it doesn't shatter off. Some water is poured on that jack line to create thermal shock, and it breaks right off. So the part of the glass that was attached to that pipe is actually the point where the glass is thickest. So now we'll be working to heat up that end and pull that out so that we have a nice even consistency of glass. So that was just the action of trimming the lip. So we pulled it out, remember, because it's thickest right there. We pulled it out, and then we cut it off so that now we can get a really nice lip situation similar to this. It's not exactly like this. It's a little more squat, but this is a drawing sample of what we're making, an amphora. It is a classic glass shape. So now we'll get that glass really nice and hot to melt out any tool marks, and we'll begin sculpting. So right now what we're doing is we're putting in some heat right where we're gonna puff out the shoulders of our amphora. So in order to do that, we've gotta put heat right where we want that to expand, because the glass will always take the point of least resistance. So it'll expand where the glass is hottest. So if we want to sculpt the top of the piece, we get that really nice and orange. You can see that backside is closer to its final color, which is a nice blue. So that tool is called the Sophietta, and we use the Sophietta to puff out that shoulder. We're now making the top of the amphora nice and crispy. So we're now at the end of this piece and about to box it. So we're putting some heat inside that punty. We want to put heat in the punty so that when we put the cold water, it shocks it, and we're telling the glass where we want it to break. So this process is called flashing down the piece. It's how we make sure that the glasses are consistent about 1,000 degrees. We want the punty to be hot so that we can shock it, but we want the rest of the piece to be pretty consistently 1,000 degrees. So Sayuri has suited up so that she can box the piece. These are all technical glass-making terms. So Sayuri's gloves are Kevlar. The inside is a heat-resistant cotton-like fabric. The outside is Kevlar, so we have 2 layers of heat resistancy. And she will be grabbing the piece. So she's got to preheat her gloves so she doesn't shock that glass. Now we're adding that water to really disturb that glass right at our punty. And then we'll be using vibration sent up the pipe in order to cause that final break, called bonking it off. Now we're fire polishing that bit of broken glass at the end, called our punny mark. And Ben just gave it the museum stamp. That glass will go into that annealer with all of the other glass we're making today, and it'll slowly come down to room temperature over the course of about 8.5 hours. This is called the annealing process. Can we give them a round of applause, please? We're going to switch gears because we don't have quite enough time to make another amphora before our break for lunch. So we're going to be making a cup. Thanks for coming in. Have a good rest of your time. Do let me know if you have any questions at all. I am here as your hot shop guide. For those of you who haven't had a chance to check out our exhibitions, we've got a few really good ones happening right now, and they will be changing very soon, so this is kind of your last chance to see it. One of those exhibitions is an exploration of the relationship between Pilchuck Glass School, started by Dale Chihuly in 1973 up in Stanwood, Washington, and the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It was co-curated by the former artistic director of Pilchuck, Ben Wright, and our hot shop director, Ben Cobb. We also have an exhibition of the permanent collection of the museum called Out of the Vault Soundtracks. It's essentially some of our favorite pieces. We also have Boundless Curiosity happening, which is an exploration with Robert Minkoff. All really good stuff. Now remember, we have a new exhibition coming within the next 2 weeks. One of those exhibitions is the study of neon. It's a She Bends. It's redefining the neon legacy. We will be doing neon demos here at the museum. We've got a big party happening the evening of February 11th. RSVP is required, so if you are at all interested in that, highly recommend RSVPing. So we have effectively blown out the start of our cup. He's putting in that jack line. Remember, the jack line is where we will eventually be breaking it off the pipe. One of the athletic or sporty vibes for cup making is making it as thin as possible. So you can see when he's whipping it around, it's so thin that it kind of deflates at times, and that is because it is very thin. We also want the glass to be quite thin so that when you are taking a drink, it's more comfortable. So what he did there was he used centrifugal force and gravity to stretch out that bubble. This will eventually be something that resembles a goblet. He's using the jacks to make sure that it's an even diameter. So Sayuri is going to be bringing our gaffer, which is Gabe, a wad of clear glass that will eventually be sculpted into what's known as an avolio. These are Italian terms. Meanwhile, Ben is getting a pipe warm and ready for a blown foot. So that avolio is kind of like hot glue. We're using the thickness of that so that when we put the foot on, we're able to attach it all, because remember, our cup is super duper thin. So now Ben is going to be bringing over this blown foot. If you've ever seen a color overlay, it's a similar vibe. So he's got the mouthpiece of the cup pipe on there, and the glass kind of drops off. So now we're blowing to make sure it doesn't collapse on itself, and he's able to use his shears to cut that. So very similar to our color overlay situation, except it's blown, so it's fairly more difficult because there isn't that same structural integrity of that solid color. Now he's using what's known as a diamond shear to cut off that excess glass. So you can see that he's opening up that foot. Sorry about that raccoon bit. That was pretty funny, hey? But yeah, we've now opened up that foot, and now we're going to make it nice and flat so it has someplace to rest. Using those jacks, flipping it up. Now Sayuri is using the paddle, because remember, simultaneously, if we anchor the jacks and we have that paddle, we make that nice crisp edge. Meanwhile, Ben is getting ready to bring a punty so that we can finish up the cup from the opposite side. So now we're attaching that punty. That punty is super warm at this point, but we're going to let it be exposed to the air in the environment. It cools down. We get a little bit more structural integrity as that becomes more solid. Because this glass is so thin, we were able to avoid using that water drop technique and just use our vibrations to crack it off. You could see that Gabe kind of had his tweezers on that pipe. What he was doing, he was preheating those tweezers so that when he touches the glass, it doesn't shock. And he's able to make sure that that glass is really nice and centered. So now we're using that Sophietta to help open up the shoulder of this glass. Using the jacks, he's able to open up that lip. Sayuri is putting slight pressure with the paddle so that it doesn't flare out unevenly. So now that was pretty much it. We're gonna bonk off this cup and it's ready to go. So Ben is heating up some forks because we'll actually grab it with forks right where that avolio is, and then throw it in the annealer with the rest of the things we've made today. No, I was branded the other day with a heat gun. That was fun.
I was there for the branding session.
Oh, good. So now we added a drop of water. Ben caught it on that foot, and now we're able to put it inside of our annealer. So that'll hang out for about 9 hours, slowly coming to room temperature. The question is, how does the annealer work? I don't think we have a slide for an annealer, but it's a bunch of refractory. It's kind of like an oven. It's essentially a kiln or an oven, also annealer. So it's programmed to, over the course of 8.5 hours, slowly come to room temperature to make sure that we don't thermally shock the glass at any point. The really critical temperature is about 700 degrees. If the glass crashes through that temperature, it'll break. Something that thin, like that cup, you could probably get away with not annealing it because it's so thin, but just to be safe. Thank you. Thanks for coming by. Hi, we're gonna take a 1-hour lunch. Hello, hello, and welcome to the Museum of Glass. Thanks for being patient while we ate our lunches. So for those of you who did see some of our process before, we're back to making some production for the Museum of Glass store. Down here on the floor, you can see a chalk drawing of the amphora. We're making these in several different colors. And right now, Gabe has already picked up a solid chunk of color. Sayuri is working on our starter bubble. Can we go ahead and play the overlay slide, please? So this is what we're working on. Sayuri has that clear glass bubble. Gabe, just transferred over to Ben, has the colored glass, and we're actually going to be doing two layers of colored glass on top of this clear bubble. It's called a double overlay. Oh, cool, there's a slide for that. Thanks, Chris. So now Ben is making a nice pointed shape using the marver. These solid steel tables scattered across the floor are known as marvers. It is an Italian term. And what that does is it cools the glass while simultaneously gives us a way to shape it and sculpt it. So they're just about ready to do this color overlay. You can see Sayuri's prepped. She's got her bubble upright. The mouthpiece is on her shoe. Ben will get that really nice and toasty, bring it over, lift his back arm up, and we'll drape that colored glass on top of that clear bubble to do the overlay. The question is, how do we keep the metal rod from getting too hot? We have something called a pipe cooler. There's one over here, and there's one over yonder. You were here for the cup making. Cup making is not heavy enough to really require to cool the pipe, but you'll see them use the pipe cooler for the amphora. It's a lot more glass, so the heat does radiate up the pipe. All the glass on the floor is at least 1,000 degrees. And in order for it to be sculpted or blown or manipulated really in any way, it's got to be closer to 1,500 to 1,700 degrees. So you'll see the glass constantly fluctuate between 1,000 to 23,000 degrees at any given point on the floor. Can we go ahead and show the glory hole slide, please? So this is what the glass makers are constantly going in and out of, and that's to make sure that that glass maintains that at least 1,000 degree heat. There's refractory on the inside, and it's using gas burners. It's gas and forced air that creates all of our heat in the hot shop, including in our furnace, which I'll talk about later. Thanks, Chris. So now Gabe has the secondary color. Remember, we're doing a double color overlay, so we'll add another color on top of what Sayuri has over in the corner. For those of you who have never been to the Museum of Glass, I just want to point out that you can walk 360, check out blueprints of our infamous cone, and see a different perspective of the glass making process. I also like to talk about our exhibitions that we have going on right now. We've got quite a few really good ones. It's your final weeks to see these as well. If you're local, we're going to do a big gallery change up, February 4th-ish. So one of the exhibitions we have going on right now is called What Are You Looking At? It explores the relationships between Pilchuck Glass School up in Stanwood, Washington, and Tacoma Museum of Glass. Pilchuck was started by Dale Chihuly in 1972. Dale Chihuly is a native of Tacoma, so there's a lot of glass history. We are rich in glass here in Washington State. So they're just about ready to do the secondary color drop. Sayuri's blowing air on the glass so that it cools down. We want a nice cold core so that we have structural integrity of the glass. Remember, even though I say cold core, we're still talking at least 1100 degrees. It's cold in comparison to the super viscous glass that Gabe has on his punty. The tool that Sayuri's using to help guide Gabe is called a diamond shear. It's named as such because of the diamond shape it has in its center. Hello, welcome to the museum. So once Sayuri has successfully molded that top layer of glass over using the marver, she'll be setting that same bubble up to gather more glass on top. You can see she's kind of squishing and molding that glass over. That's so we evenly distribute that color. Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide? So this is what our furnace looks like. We're prepping to put our glass inside this furnace and get more glass out. So inside we have a ceramic tank. It runs 24/7. It's powered by natural gas and forced air, just like our glory holes. And it runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are fortunate enough to have 2 furnaces on our hot shop floor, one there, one there. So we've got about 2,000 pounds of molten glass at our disposal. And if anyone has any questions, please feel free to let me know. Otherwise, I'll just continue to talk you through the process. The question is, why does the glass look so small? So right now, that bubble is thick. Like that layer of glass is super thick. We want it to be nice and small right now so that when we go and gather, we're gathering the appropriate amount of glass. At the end of this piece being made, it'll be closer to 1/8 of an inch thick all the way around from top to bottom. We will be gathering at least 2 more times on this colored core. Sayuri's taking her first dip right now. So when that glass comes out, it's going to be really hot. It's going to look yellow. It's going to look orange. But that glass is absolutely clear. It's just so molten hot that it gives that appearance. Now she's using a block to help shape the glass. This does 2 things. It gives us an appropriate size and shape for that glass bubble. It also helps to cool the glass. The glass is at its hottest temperature right when it comes out of the furnace, so it's really easy to kind of lose control. So by using the block, you're able to really get that into a nice shape. So that block is made out of wood, and the reason why it's not catching on fire simultaneously as it's exposed to the glass is that it lives in water, so it's very drenched in moisture. And as that wooden block is exposed to that molten glass, a layer of steam forms. So you've got a layer of steam making sure that the block and the glass don't come into contact. If for any reason our block does start on fire, it's because we did let that layer of moisture deplete, which is why she's going back and forth inside that bucket of water behind her back. Here's the pipe cooler. So that's how we make sure that it stays nice and cool. She's also cooling down the pipe because she's about to hand it off to Gabe, and it's a nice team member thing to do. Make sure that you don't hand a hot pipe to your buddy. Gabe is taking the last dip. This is a strip gather, which refers to the act of letting the glass strip off into a bucket once he comes out of that furnace. All of this glass that's falling into this bucket will be recycled and remelted. To synthesize the question, it's about the fining out process of the glass. So when we get glass, it's in the form of spruce pine batch, named from Spruce Pine, Carolina, where it's manufactured. we get batch and we refill our tanks. So when one gets low, we're refilling the other, so that they need about 3 days to fine out. So all those tiny particles get melted in along with the cullet. The cullet is the term for glass that has already been pre-melted. Batch is like tiny particles of powder. Cullet is when you find out the batch and it's been gone through the melting cycle. But it's called fining out. That is cullet. We made cullet, yes. And cullet always refers to clear glass. If it's colored, it then turns into frit or bar or powder. There's about 3 different glass batch manufacturers. You can buy them locally from some place called Olympic Color Rods or Kugler Color. We're very spoiled here in the Pacific Northwest to have access to all of these glass manufacturers. The question is, how heavy is that glass? Probably 5 pounds of glass, if that. But then as you hold it about 5 feet out, it feels double that. So it feels probably closer to 10 pounds when you include the glass that's on the moil. The moil refers to that large mass of glass at the end of the pipe. It's how we make sure that that glass stays on that pipe. So they just successfully put in what's known as a jack line. It's the point of the glass in which we're able to break it off when we're ready for that part of the process. So now Gabe used the marver in order to shape that into a nice cone. He'll heat that back up and most likely take it back to the bench to do some more shaping. He's using a wet newspaper to cool that neck, give it a little bit more structural integrity. And now he's continuing with that paper to get the organic waistline of our amphora. The question is, how long does it take to make an amphora? I think it was 30-ish minutes, but that was before we ate a bunch of food. So, you know, got to consider that as well. The question is, what are the considerations you have to make if you're working with clear glass versus colored? Colored glass is tricky because you have stiff colors and you have soft colors. Your whites tend to be stiffer, they put up more of a fight, and like your purples tend to be softer colors. And so then when you mix your stiff colors and your hard color and your soft colors together, it can get really crazy, right? Especially if they don't want to be friends. Whites are particularly difficult to work with. You can see our marver. I don't know if you guys noticed that Sayuri's constantly brushing it off. That's because schmutz from the marver will embed into your color. With clear, you also have to worry about that because it's clear, but it's more consistent. The firmness is more consistent, which is why there's clear on the inside, there's clear on the outside. So now we've eliminated part of the pressure of working with those softer, hard colors. So at this point in the process, you can tell the difference in color as the glass is cooling down, whether it's exposed to that cold newspaper or exposed to the cooler air in the hot shop. So you can see that gradient. So the stuff attached to the glass attached to the pipe is colder. We want that structural integrity of that neck, and we're primarily working on putting our bottom in so that we can transfer over to the punty. So now this is the action of putting in that bottom. By using the jacks at an angle and the paddle at the very end, we're able to put a nice crisp edge on that bottom. So Sayuri's primary job right now is to make sure she's parallel with the bench so that it's super nice and square. Now Gabe is putting actually a concave indentation in that bottom. Sayuri is taking a flash, which means getting the piece back above that 1,000 degree point, while Ben is making the punty because we're about to transfer from the pipe side over to the punty so we can finish the neck of our amphora. So Ben has gathered a little bit of clear glass and is now shaping the punty. We want it to be nice and pointed so that when we go to break it off at the very end, we have a small point of contact and we can make that punty mark really nice and clean. So you can essentially think of this little bit as hot glue. So we're going to hot glue the pipe on there, making sure it's really nice and square. Now we're letting that glass on that punty firm up. We're letting it get a little cold so that when we do break it off the other side, it doesn't fall on the ground. Cold water to shock the glass. And then with a little bit of vibrations, it breaks right off the pipe side. And now we're able to work the glass from the opposite side. So when Gabe brings this back out, you'll be able to see that that glass that was attached to the pipe is the thickest point. In order to help even that out, we'll have to trim the lip. So he'll tweeze it, pulling out that glass, and then he'll take his shears and cut a nice, even circle around. Sayuri's blocking him from the heat. You'll have to bear with us. Thanks, Chris. See how it's nice and even now? And you can also see the two colors. You can see the inside color and the outside color. The inside is closer to a white, while the outside is like a teal. For those of you just coming in, welcome. Today we're making amphora, which is a product for our store here at the museum. So now Gabe is using his jacks on the inside to help shape that lip. So Gabe is cinching in that neckline while Sayuri is putting a paddle to make it flat. And this is how we create this lip. The tool he's using now is called a soffietta. It's our way of blowing glass when we're no longer on the pipe. Hello and welcome to the museum. Feel free to find a spot wherever. Now what we'll be doing is we want those shoulders to be more pronounced. So we're incorporating heat right where we want the glass to expand. So the glass will always go to the path of least resistance. By building up the heat in that shoulder area, we're able to make sure that that's where it expands when we use the soffietta. See how it's nice and red? It's our hottest point. So for those of you who it may not seem very clear, that is essentially another glass blowing pipe that you can blow into the glass. So he was blowing it up while it was attached to the punty. And now we're going to begin the process of flashing down the piece. So Sayuri will be boxing the piece, which is essentially putting it in the annealer where it'll stay for about 9 hours as it slowly comes down to room temperature. Gabe is heating up the punty because we really want to aggravate the glass that's holding it onto that rod, so we know that when we go to break it, it will basically break right there. So this is the last flash. So Sayuri preheated her gloves. Gabe is now going to put some water to break the glass, holding the piece onto that punty. Now we'll tap it, bonk it off. Now we're fire polishing that point of the glass where we just were attached to that punty rod. And now Ben will put a stamp for the museum. And now into the kiln it will go. And we will be able to handle it late afternoon tomorrow. Does anyone have any questions for me? So for those of you who missed the first half of that, you're about to see it right now because it is a production day, so we're going to be doing the same thing. So Ben is preparing to grab our next bar of color. Can we play the double overlay slide, please? So for those of you who missed it before, this is the first step of making our amphora. We've got a clear glass bubble, which Sayuri is working on, and then we have our first layer of colored glass, which is in Ben's hands, and then we'll be adding an additional layer of colored glass on top of that. Thanks, Chris. So you can see there that Ben got it really nice and hot and then used gravity to have it basically slip off that pipe and onto that bubble. Sayuri at this point has let her bubble cool, so it's going to be a point of resistance. But remember, cool is a relative term here in the hot shop because all of the glass is at least 1,000 degrees. So now Sayuri has let her core cool. Gabe will blast this with a bit more heat, and we'll drape that final color onto our bubble. So now Sayuri will use the marver to comb that glass down and around that bubble until it's nice and evenly distributed so that we can prep to take another gather of clear glass on top of this. So Sayuri is molding the glass by the angle in which she's holding that pipe. If you notice, she's starting really up top, and then she's working her way down to the sides, and that's to give it a really nice point. We want that nice point so that when we go into that furnace to gather our next bit of glass, we're not trapping any air bubbles. Now she'll go ahead and let her core cool for that next gather. So now we've taken our last gather of glass. That last gather was a strip gather, so we let part of that glass fall back into that bucket. All the glass that lands in our strip bucket will be recycled. It's all clear, So it can be recycled. As far as the colored glass that lands on our floor, we cannot recycle it because it will contaminate all of our nice clear glass inside of our furnaces. So right now what Gabe is doing is he's pulling out the neck. We're getting some space in between the end of the pipe and the mass of glass you see at the back side. Now he's putting in the jack line. The jack line refers to the point in the glass that we will later use to break it off when we're transferring onto the punty. That bubble at the end will eventually be the shoulders and the foot, as you can see from this drawing. So now we're letting gravity do us a favor by holding that pipe up. We're letting it elongate and stretch out, giving him more real estate to cinch in the waist of our amphora. By cooling the bottom with the paper, he's also ensuring that we have enough ice for the bottom of the piece. Ice is a technical term in glass. It's a funny misnomer because everything's so hot, but it refers to like the meat. We want a lot of meat on the bottom so that when we put this vase down, it doesn't shatter. So we want a fair amount of ice. So at this point, the glass is thin enough that you can see the color of it change as it's exposed to the newspaper and to the air in the room. It's cooling down fairly rapidly. He's using a newspaper that lives in water to sculpt the waistline of our amphora. So now what's going to happen is we're going to put the bottom on the piece. So Gabe is making sure to really get the farthest part really nice and molten. You can tell that it's the hottest part because it's that orange color. Now by using the jacks, he's setting the angle of that bottom, while meanwhile Sayuri is pushing against with that paddle, so we make a nice crisp edge where the side and the bottom meet. So while having Ben cap the end, we're making sure that we don't deflate too much. It's building pressure and it's allowing us to get that nice bottom shape. Now Ben will make what's known as a punty. It's our way of transferring from the pipe side. So now we're transferring the glass onto the punty. This allows us to open up the neck side that's now attached to the pipe. So Gabe took his tweezers, put it onto our glass object, and now he's making sure that it's nice and on center. We want it on center because otherwise it'll flop around, right? So we want it really nice and straight. We're letting that punty stiffen up, adding drops of water on that jack line, stressing out that glass, and then when vibrations are put on there, they cause it to break off. So as you can see, there's a large quantity of glass right where that pipe used to be. Now our next job is going to be to tweeze out that lip and cut off that thickness so that at the end of the piece we have a really nice consistent about 1/8 of an inch thickness throughout the whole amphora. I will be back in about 5 minutes. So this piece is finished, and we are about to box it. So Sayuri has preheated her Kevlar gloves, and what we're doing is we're building up a bunch of heat in that punty so that when we later come back with cold water, it causes that glass that's holding it onto that rod to break. So now he's adding water onto that punty to make sure it breaks right there. Remember, Sayuri's gloves are preheated, so we know they're not going to cause the glass to shatter. Vibrations are sent up that solid rod, which causes it to break. Now we're using the hot torch, torching that punty, and then a glass stamp will be added. And these will later be put for sale in our museum store. So that kiln right over yonder, that is our annealer. The annealing process is quintessential for our glass to survive. It makes sure that the glass doesn't get thermally shocked going from its molten state to its solid state. So that annealer is at about 950 degrees. Once we're finished for the day, we'll send that annealer down, and over the course of 8.5 hours, it'll come down to room temperature. Anyone have any questions for me? Can we go ahead and play the furnace slide for me? So this is what our furnace looks like on the inside. It's got a big crucible in there that holds about 1,000 pounds of glass. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, because we blow glass so frequently. Because it is so hot and because there's so much insulation, it would take 5 to 6 days for it to come down to room temperature. So it's just more energy efficient to just keep it running. Also, the glass comes to us in batch, which refers to a powder. It's a powder like what glass is from its elemental core. So we need that glass to go through a process called fining out, where it melts into nice, consistently melted glass. So having 2 furnaces and having them run 24 hours a day allows us to make sure we have nice quality glass. Can you show the glory hole slide for me, please? So this is what we're looking at there. Those we do turn off at the end of the day. There is no molten glass inside of them other than glass that has accidentally fallen in. But theoretically, they have no glass in there. And you can see that it's got these doors. So as the glass gets bigger, we're able to open up those doors to allow for us to go in and out of that reheating furnace and conserve as much heat as possible. These also operate with natural gas and forced air, just serves a different purpose. If you had a home shop and you didn't have a glory hole, you could absolutely take heats, is a technical term, in your furnace. And sometimes when you have a bunch of people on the hot shop floor, you are able to take a heat in the furnace. But you can imagine that that's far more dangerous, because now if the glass that you're working on falls into that 1,000 pot, you've just contaminated the whole thing. Oh, it's also important to not turn the furnace off because it shocks that refractory. So just to give you an idea, these furnaces are about $60,000. And that furnace that's in, or that crucible, that bowl, something like $10,000 just for the bowl. So if you keep bringing it up and down, you're going to crack it, and that's a bad day. For those of you who do live in the area and are able to come back, we are in the process of switching over our exhibitions. One of our next exhibitions is called She Bends, and it'll be a group neon show.